Good morning. This is,
Whoa.
oh, not yet. Takes a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning and welcome to State and Local Government. The committee has a series of work sessions to take care of today. So we will get started by having folks introduce themselves. We'll begin with Senator Rosen.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8.
Oh, not yet. We're not up yet?
That's my fault. I didn't have it on mute. Go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8. My district goes from Castine to Lincoln, including the city of Brewer, and that's it.
Good morning. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Mark Bryan. I represent House District 24 by the town of Wyndham. Good morning, all.
Good morning. Representative Dorr.
Good morning. I'm Representative Donna Dorr, and I represent District 85, which is a portion of the great city of Augusta.
Representative Paulus is not with us this morning. Representative Copeland.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lynn Copeland, and I am proud to represent the folks in House District 14, which is downtown and coastal Saco.
Welcome. Representative Toole.
He's not here yet.
He's not here yet. Representative Head. Not here. Not with.
No,
there you are.
I'm here.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Madam Chair. My name is Frances Head. I live in Bethel and I represent District 117, 23 towns and townships in Oxford and Franklin counties.
Thank you. Representative Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington. Thank you.
Good morning. Representative Greenwood.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you. My name is Randall Greenwood. I represent House District 82, which are the towns of Litchfield, Monmouth, and my hometown of Wales in both Androscoggin and Kennebec counties.
Good morning. And Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Walter Reisman. I live in Harrison, Friendly Village, and I represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark.
Well, this morning we're going to be looking at several bills. We've had public hearings on them. We're going to have work sessions on them. So this is an opportunity for members of the committee to get information that they need to help us make a decision on these bills this morning. We're also assisted by our clerk, Cheryl McGowan, and by our legal analyst, Lynn Caswell, who has put together a bunch of information about all these bills that we will be discussing. We're going to take them out of the order that they're printed on our sheet. They're not in numerical order. We're going to start with LD 1671, Representative Gramlich. She is all over the place today, so we're going to start with her bill. And then we're going to go to two resolves, 1073 and 1670. Senator Stewart and Representative Bailey have been working on that, so we're going to hear from them after we speak with Representative Gramlich. But first, we're going to hear from our analyst, Lynn Caswell, about the bill that Representative Gramlich has presented to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the bill that we are talking about is LD 1671. And let me just get my folder out so I can follow along. So this is a resolve to implement security screenings in the State House and Capitol area offices. The sponsor is here in the room. This resolve, let me share my screen. Is this taking up the whole screen for you all? Hopefully.
There it is.
This resolve directs the Commissioner of Public Safety to implement certain security screening procedures for individuals entering the cross building, and also it makes changes to the security screenings in the State House. Within the cross building, the resolve limits the number of public entrances. It requires individuals entering the building and to go through screening, as well as packages brought into the building. It requires the Capitol Police to refuse entry to anyone who declines to be screened. And it prioritizes screening for legislators, legislative employees, and other employees, other persons with valid access cards, which I believe is generally meant to mean state employees who work within the Cross building, and also to prioritize screening of registered lobbyists. Within the State House, the resolve also requires the Legislative Council to adopt rules to make certain changes to the current security screening procedures. It would require all legislators and legislative employees to undergo security screening, and similar to the changes to the the Cross building, it would require prioritizing screenings for legislators, legislative employees, and others with the access card, meaning people who work in the building, and registered lobbyists. So this bill was brought by a Representative Gremlick, and we had proponents speak to the committee, the Capitol Police, by Stephen Trahan on behalf of Lieutenant Elliott, and actually Lieutenant Elliott is in the attendee area for questions from the committee. The sponsor mentioned that there are 9 committees, legislative committees, that meet in the Cross building, and the building currently does not have any safety measures. Representative Myers spoke about her experience being harassed, and I called it stalking, though that wasn't the phrase that she used, by members of the public. The Capitol Police spoke about weapon screening being long overdue and referenced a report that was done in February of 2020 that evaluated the options, and that report was shared with you, I believe, earlier this week. I did include a bunch of information. The report that was done in February 2020 that was presented to the State House Facilities Commission reviewed 4 options for security in the Cross building. One was just to screen people entering the legislative hearing rooms. One was to just screen people entering the legislative space within the Cross building. Option 3 was to screen everyone who entered the Cross building. Option 4 was to screen everyone entering the Cross building or the State House at a single point of entry. I believe that options 3 and 4 are closest to what is being proposed in this bill, but I think Lieutenant Elliott would be able to confirm that. I also
wanted to bring him across while we're talking. That would be great.
I also wanted to share that there is currently a legislative council policy on security screening within the State House. And this policy currently exempts the individuals that are listed on your screen. So for those of us who have been in the State House, you basically use your tag and you swipe it, and you do not have to go through the screening protocol. And that legislative policy applies to legislators, legislative employees, the governor and the governor's employees, law enforcement that are supposed to be in the building, the governor's cabinet and deputy commissioners, the press, the constitutional officers, the state auditor, the state court administrator, the chair of the State House and Capitol Parks Commission, and certain staff of the Attorney General's office. So this is the current legislative policy. The resolve would change this policy, require the Legislative Council to change its current policy, and all of those individuals would now go through screening. There has not been a fiscal impact statement released as of yet. I did know that I did pass on a question from Representative Toole to Suzanne Grescher. I had thought this bill would be heard at a later time. The question was about whether or not the Legislative Council is currently looking into or considering screening in the State House and or the Cross building, and other information. I believe Suzanne Grescher was going to respond to the committee by email. And I think I just shared that question with her at 7 this morning. So I don't
Okay.
think that email has come out yet.
Thank you, Lynn. Representative Tool, good morning to you. If you'd introduce yourself and then let us know what your question is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I apologize for being late. I am Will Toole. I represent the Machias area, plus Lubec and Eastport. And as Lynn so cleverly segued into, I did, after a series of conversations last night and overnight looking at this bill further, I asked her this morning if potentially we could get Ms. Gresser or someone from Ledge or Executive Director's office to sort of walk us through the past and the future as to where this is. And my question was, at the time, is basically, where are we and where can we go with this? I mean, it's a great bill. There's a need. But at the same time, if Ledge Council is working on it, or if we can do something other than a bill that moves it forward, I think that would be ideal, especially given that this does require a 2/3 majority, and anything could happen on the floor. So I'm curious if Ms. Gresser is not going to be with us today, is it something we might be able to take up next week?
Representative Bryant.
I think regardless of that information, even if we send it out and it doesn't make it 2/3, it will show how important it is to us and it'll prompt them to move on it. So either way, we should do it, I believe.
Thank you. That was Representative Toole. Did you have another comment?
Well,
Or you?
I did, but my comment would be, would the committee be willing to do a letter suggesting that Ledge Council really move this up the priority list as a practical matter? Because as a practical matter, nothing will really happen this year unless we get funding, and a letter might move it along faster, expressing our wishes to see this done.
I'm more inclined to move forward with the bill and show them how serious we are about getting this done. Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think that it's time that we make all of our state office buildings safe. I had the luxury of working in a state office building before I retired, and you can only get into the central areas if you were going there for some kind of information or help from a state employee. And I just think it's time that everyone that comes into the state office building, whether they're an employee with a tag or it's someone that's coming there to do business, has to go through some kind of scanning system, because folks, we are living in a different world, and I think it's up to us to keep all of our employees, whether they're state, federal, or what have you, as safe as we can.
Thank you. I'm sorry. There's somebody backing into my driveway and the beep beep's going off. Representative Gramlich, we were unable to hear from you last week. I was wondering if you might have a few words for the committee.
Thank you, Representative Metlack, and thank you for the committee for your indulgence. I apologize that I wasn't able to present the bill last week. I'm spread myself a little thin this session, and I know we're all in the same boat, so thank you very much. I appreciate the comments that I've heard thus far. Just by way of background, I will share with the committee that while I'm only in my second term in the legislature, I've been in the legislature for over 20 years. And there has never been any security, nor have I seen Legislative Council make any movement toward having security in the cross office building. Now, there is a metal detector in the corner. They could probably move it, dust it off, and plug it in, and that might be a start. And I don't mean to be flip about it, but it is there. You know, I mentioned the 9 committees, and with respect to all of us, this isn't just about all of us. We have the AG's office up in Cross. We have offices with the Secretary of State in Cross. We have the Department of Education up in Cross. And equally as important, we are a citizen legislature, and we encourage the public to come before us. These are strange times indeed with Zoom, But one day we're going to get back to what we used to know as normal and have face-to-face meetings. And we encourage the public to be participatory in that. And so this is a safety measure for the public as well. I just think it's really critically important that we have mechanisms in place to assure all of our safety. I think as Representative Meyer outlined in her testimony, and I'm paraphrasing, but we're kind of all sitting ducks. And unfortunately, we're in a very different time now. And you know, we have metal detectors in schools, for goodness sake. And that's to keep school children safe, sadly, but we need it. And I just think it's an important time. And with respect to Representative Toole's statement and commentary in terms of the Legislative Council, I mean, certainly they have jurisdiction over the State House, and they can have some say in terms of what happens at Cross. But I think it's really critically important that we're doing everything we can to assure the safety of all individuals that enter the building. So I guess I'll leave it at that. But thank you, Representative Matlack, for giving me that opportunity.
You're most welcome, Representative Gramlich. Representative Reisman, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a question outside the boundaries of those listed, and it has to do with our contractors and vendors. Maybe someone can answer, is there a policy in place now about screening these people coming and going?
Okay. Perhaps Lieutenant Elliott, good morning, sir. Welcome to State and Local Government. Perhaps you might be able to answer some of our questions. Representative Reisman was wondering about how this might affect contractors coming into the building.
Hey, good morning. I'm sorry I missed I wasn't there to give my testimony in person last week. I agree with everybody here that we're at a time now where screening, unfortunately, is really necessary. And I know just as a little bit of background, the Legislative Council had requested from Capitol Police early last year some kind of recommendations as to how to accomplish that. And I know that I wasn't really involved that much in that process other than consulting with the chief at the time. But we did produce the document which you have, which we presented to the Facilities Committee of the Legislative Council I believe it was last March. And I think COVID probably brought those discussions kind of to a halt, or at least slowed them. So in terms of one thing that we didn't look at was screening everybody coming into the building. And that would be a big change to the way that we're doing things now. And I just want to point out a few things. One of the things that the Legislative Council allows us to do now is the policy, which is set by the council at the State House, is to screen people if we feel there's a need. So if we have a threat, if we have an elevated security risk or something like that, we are able to say, for instance, for the next 3 days, everybody that comes into the building is subject to screening. The other thing it allows us to do is spot screen people. So we could say, on a Tuesday of next week, everybody that comes in, members, non-members, everybody that comes in will be screened as a way to keep people kind of honest and on the straight and narrow. But we have always prioritized a fast lane, if you will, much like the TSA fast lane for members, for staff, for other access card holders, and for people with regular business to the State House who go through a vetting process. So they basically, the executive director's office does a background check on those people, like lobbyists or people with regular business. A lot of our press people from the news media, they go through a vetting process, which includes a background check, which is conducted by the legislative director's office. They pay a fee every year, and therefore they get that access card so they can bypass screening. So we do have that in place there. One of the issues you were asking about contractors and others that come in right now, if they don't have that bypass card, they go through screening at the State House. Here at the Cross Building, everybody can come in. But right now they are required to go through screening. If they are a contractor who has a valid reason to have some tools that may be sharp or something, we have them sign into a contractor book. We advise them about keeping those tools on their person. and tools of the trade, and we allow that stuff in. So that's how it's done at the State House. One of the problems with saying that we're gonna screen everybody is that it's going to involve a lot of staffing, a lot of people, because we're putting everybody through screening. So every time that a member or anybody goes out of the building, every time they come back in, if they've got 2 replacement knees or 2 replacement hips, they're going to have to be hand wanded every time they enter either building. Not to say we can't do it, but it'd be very labor intensive, and it's going to take quite a fiscal note to do that. One of the other considerations is, when are we going to screen people? When are we going to open? Right now, we screen the State House between the time it opens at 7:30 in the morning until the time it closes at 5 in the afternoon. So if we're going to screen everybody, then staff who are coming in at 6 a.m. or 4 in the morning, or that are coming into work on a weekend, would need to be screened. And that's a problem in that, as a for instance, let's say that we're not going to do that. Let's say we're going to screen people during the time that the building is open and everybody's going to be screened. What that means is an access card holder could come in the middle of the night and hide a weapon, and then come back and be screened when the building is open and go and retrieve that weapon to use. My reason for this is not to say we shouldn't do it. It's just to say that it's a broader discussion, than we're going to be allowed time for today. So I think, the way to really work that out is to meet with those parties, the Legislative Council, the Facilities Committee, and the leadership of the executive branch that are in this building, that have offices in this building, and talk about how best to accomplish that screening in a way that makes it safest for everybody. And ideally, that would involve, if you're going to do both buildings, the other problem we have with the cross building is it's a tougher nut to crack than the State House. The reason for that is we have an active loading dock that we have to deal with. We have, I think, 6 different entrances that we have to deal with, trying to limit access to. And the other problem with it is, architecturally, where do we do that screening? If we try to do it on the first floor, then we're in a narrow hallway without room to screen people, especially if we're going to try to screen everybody and do prioritization of certain parties. On the second level, which is the legislative space, if we try to do it on the west doors, those aren't ADA compliant. There are stairs there where we couldn't do it. If we try to do it on the east entrance, that is ADA compliant, but all of our parking's on the west side, so it requires people to come around the building and go through the east doors. So what I'm saying is, there's a lot to consider. Okay, and one of the things that study that the document we provided the Legislative Council with last year took into account were some of those considerations. In our opinion, the ideal way to screen would be to create a welcome center outside of the cross building, which is ADA compliant, where, let's face it, if there was an issue, it's going to happen at the screening area. So if there was let's say, for instance, someone was trying to bring in a bomb, okay? Realistically, we would like to keep that outside of our populated space, right? Right now, if we find something like that in our screening, during our screening, it is in the State House, okay? And not ideally placed. So ideally, we would have everything, much like at the US Capitol, they moved everything out to the visitor area, where if there's a problem, if someone tries to get by, or there's some kind of an insurgent or something, it happens before they actually get into the bowels of our building. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, there's a lot to consider here. Love to get the conversation going. Love the idea. Want to move forward with it. I think it's overdue, but we have to do it in a way that's effective and that's right.
Thank you, Lieutenant Elliott. A quick question for you. We know that Ledge Council is responsible for overseeing the safety of the legislature, the Capitol building itself. Who would be responsible for the cross building?
I believe that would be the DAPS commissioner. I'm pretty sure that's who that would fall under.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Representative Gramlich, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Representative Matlack, and thank you, Lieutenant Elliott, for your kind of 60,000 foot overview on this and in your perspective in terms of capacity to implement this. I was one of those folks that was a card holder before I became a member, and it was the easy pass. I could go right through, and I'm certainly quite receptive to maintaining that. I mean, I know it worked really well in the State House. Just for the committee's discussion and consideration, I'm happy to amend the bill if the committee sees fit to do so, with keeping an emphasis on the cross building. Currently, I'm just going to reiterate, there's absolutely no safety mechanisms in that building whatsoever. I mean, there's nothing, as we all know. And it's a very unsettling feeling when we're sitting in committees conducting our business and we have members of the public coming in. At any given moment, anybody could walk through any one of those doors, and there's nothing right now to stop anybody. So I'm really encouraged by the conversation. I know that once we submit a bill, it's no longer our bill, it's the committee's bill. And so I appreciate that work. But I would really, really respectfully encourage you all to look at what is happening in the cross building, or moreover, what is not happening. It's a matter of safety, not only for us, but for staff and members of the public. So if the committee sees fit to amend the bill to keep the emphasis on cross, I'm receptive. I'm open to working with you all in whichever way you see fit.
Thank you. Representative Tool, your hand is up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Graham. Before I get to my questions for the lieutenant, I want to make it clear that I am not opposed to having security in this building. I know several of my members have reached out to say they're not opposed to having security. But as the lieutenant said, we need to do this responsibly and thoughtfully and not in a rushed way. So I don't want anyone to get the impression that the objection here is opposition to having security here. And certainly not. We definitely want that. And we definitely realize that the building is a security threat. So with that, my questions for the lieutenant are, so this has been working its way through the legislative council process. Sir, do you have any indication or any knowledge of where that discussion is going? Have you been asked to pick up the ball now that COVID is kind of moving beyond us a little bit to some extent? Do you see a plan where we can have something in place by January 1st, or a pathway forward here that we can do this either with or without a bill, I guess is where I'll begin with that.
Well, I do know that the Ledge Council requested that report, the Facilities Committee, and I don't know. I wasn't the chief at the time, but I think that the Speaker of the House was a mover of that, moving that forward. I do know that our Commissioner Sawchuk has had some discussions with the Commissioner Daffs about funding and money to make this available. I don't know where that discussion is either, but that's all that I know about that.
Thank you for that. I guess if we're having the Commissioner Daffs in on Monday, maybe that would be one of the questions we could ask her is there money, is the administration taking the lead on this, where they do have some responsibility here? I think we all want to see something, but we don't want to gum up the works if there's a clear path forward that everybody being in their own silos and Zoom boxes. I think we really need to get our head around this and maybe have Ms. Gresser and the commissioner and talk a little more about this next week, because it is important.
Lieutenant Elliott.
I agree completely. This is an important thing to do. One of the things that's always concerned me is we have done a pretty good job of securing the upper levels of the cross, in that if someone's coming in to go to the Department of Education or the Attorney General's or so forth, we've hardened those lobbies, and we have now had the receptionist behind protected glass, and people have to sign in and be allowed in. But the first floor and the second floor of this building are basically wide open. And, I completely agree that something needs to be done. The only reality is it's not as simple as just rolling out a walk-through metal detector and starting to use it. To do it properly, we need funding for manpower. We need some architectural changes to the building. And, and there needs to be a planned approach.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the committee with regard to this issue? Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that this needs to be studied and done in a very thoughtful way. But I also appreciate that this is a different world we live in, and that something needs to be done immediately. There has to be some way to protect the people of the state of Maine who are inside those buildings, to workers that we are responsible for. I don't think that we can put this off to be more deliberate. I think that there definitely has to be, and I don't know them, but there has to be ways to get security beefed up in the interim. I mean, this is very real. I mean, we live in different times when we're, how many times have we seen in the news where, state houses were being targeted? I mean, we can't ignore it because we've seen we've seen the realities that can happen, and shame on us if we don't do something about it immediately. We have been elected by the people in our community. We want them safe, and they want us safe too. I think that the reports and all that with regarding the infrastructure, and I specifically like the idea of getting the screening outside of the cross building. That was a wonderful idea. And I think that those kind of things, and that specific architectural changes and so forth, those things need to be thought out in the staffing. But I think that's well and good for down the road. But I'm concerned about right here in the driveway. What are we doing to protect everybody? And I think passage of this bill, or whatever iterations of it that we decide we want to pass, that something should go through, because I don't feel like it would be responsible of us to ignore the fact that something could happen in the interim and we did nothing. So I think that we have to speak strongly, and one of the strong ways to speak is with a bill. I think we should talk about what should be in it and what shouldn't.
Okay, thank you, Representative Copeland. Representative Bryant, you had your hand up. Are you okay? You're on mute, sir.
I'll wait. Thank you. I'll wait a minute. I want to hear a little more discussion.
Okay, Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will agree with Representative Copeland that having a bill, if we're going to have one, we need to have a real thoughtful discussion of what's going to be in it. And I don't think we're ready for a motion today, other than the one that I'm tempted to make. But if I'm going to make it, I would just as soon take a break first.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Last night I took the time to read the study they had done. And one of the things that they mention is a study that could be done, from an outside agency to tell us best how to make it secure, both the state office building and the state house. So I don't know if Lieutenant Elliott can tell us whether that has been done or not, but I think that's a very good step in the right direction. So I'm just wondering if they've done any study up to this point.
Lieutenant Elliott, has there been an outside study about security in the capital area?
I don't believe, well, there have been some studies done in the distant past. Nothing, I don't think anything really recently. We did have an overview done by the Department of Homeland Security a couple of years ago, but it did not specifically address screening in the cross building.
Okay, because if I could just
Representative
respond
Dorr?
in the last paragraph, it does say that they did one for the Blaine House, and I think that's something, I'm glad they did that. But do we have any information that a screening has, or something has been done when they did the initial security measures? I'm just, wondering how we started with what we have at this point.
I do believe there was a study done at that point. And like I say, I know that we did have the Department of Homeland Security come in and do a overview of the entire complex, I think the year before last. But I think what the chief was recommending in his report to the Legislative Council was getting a more comprehensive study to include screening.
Do you know if that study was going to be moving forward, or at this stage where we're wondering where we're going to find the money to fund such a study?
I think it was a suggestion to the Leg Council back in early 2000 that it was something they may want to do,
Okay.
but I wasn't part of that.
Understood, sir. Representative Paulus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have we had any discussion with the executive director or anybody in that office, or even with the Commissioner of Gas? Because I feel like, we're talking about Ledge Council and we're talking about the cross building. I think it would be nice to hear what any communication, what talks they've had. I like this. I like the idea. I mean, I worked at the State House for 10 years. I've always felt that there needs to be more, especially on the cross sides. But I want to keep the conversation going. I don't want to, but I'm curious if we've had the executive director's office or anybody from gas, if they are in charge of cross building. That might be something I'd like to hear from.
Thank you. Lynn Caswell, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Representative Paulus, you probably weren't here yet at the very beginning. A question was sent to the executive director about Ledge Council and what they have done in the past and may plan on doing. It went just early this morning. She is working on a response to the committee, but it hasn't been seen yet.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, there are a lot of moving parts that we haven't heard from. Personally, I would love to see more security immediately at the cross building, with a study going forward about how to do it broadly across the whole capital area, but I don't believe we're going to get those answers this morning. So I would be inclined to hold off on making any decisions until we can get together with Suzanne Gresser, perhaps somebody from facilities at DAFS, if not the commissioner herself, although at present I'm sure she's very, very busy, but a facilities person, if we could bring everybody together. And it may not be next week, but perhaps the week after, because we have things to do on Monday, and it's too soon. I think for Monday and Wednesday we will be in at the Civic Center. So perhaps a week from Monday, getting together with potential answers for this, because I think that I don't want to leave it here. I don't want to punt it down the road. I want distinct answers about imminent responses to what we're going to do with the cross building, and potential future responses to what we're going to do overall in the capital area. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. I share your concerns. I think we all don't want to leave it here, and certainly if we can come to a good place this session, that's great. We do have extra time to meet, so I would be for that, but I also know, I'm not sure when Ledge Council meets again, but is it tomorrow, or is it next week, or is it the week after? And I guess if it's next week, if it's this week or next week, perhaps they could have this topic on their agenda and give some feedback or some discussion to report back to us for the week when we do take this up again.
Thank you. Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the table.
There's a
Second,
motion to table. It has been seconded by Representative Tool. Were you the second?
No, but I would have.
Oh, Representative Greenwood is the second.
Yeah.
So there is no discussion on a tabling motion. So all those, I think at present, all we need is a show of hands rather than anything else. So a show of hands of those who would like to table this motion for now.
Uh,
I believe that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Grandma, for coming by and pushing this issue. That's very important to everyone who works in the capital area.
Thank you, Representative Matlack.
We'll advise you of a potential meeting and let you know when we're going to talk about this more in depth. Thank you so much.
I look forward to the opportunity, and I would be more than happy to engage with stakeholders as we do this work moving forward. And I hope you all have a terrific day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have other bills on the agenda now. And thank you, Lieutenant Elliott, for coming by. We really appreciate you being here, and we'll also put you on our invitee list. Next up, we have two bills with regard to legislative process. Senator Stewart's bill and Representative Bailey's bill. Are either of those gentlemen in the waiting room?
Yes, they are. Well, one of them is.
Thank you. If you could bring Representative Bailey across, we'll talk about it. I believe he has been working with Senator Stewart on refining the two bills into one that we can work together on. Good morning, Representative Bailey.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Am I correct in saying that you and Senator Stewart have come to an agreement on how best to move forward with these two resolves?
We have, yes. And I believe that your legislative analyst should have a copy of our amendment, hopefully. Great. And maybe you could put that up on the screen for folks to take a look at.
Thank you. Lynn, if you'd like to explain to us what the representative and the senator have come up with, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the representative and the senator did come up with a proposed amendment, and I included it with my bill analysis, but as I'm looking at it, I don't see that I highlighted. So I'm going to screen share. I think I didn't highlight because it was kind of a combination of the two. So let me screen share it and I will walk you through it. Let's see, are you seeing an amendment or an email page?
Sponsor's amendment.
Okay, great.
Madam,
Representative Tool, your hand is up.
yes, I just wanted to make you aware that Senator Stewart is also in the waiting room. Could we
is he?
have him in with all of this discussion?
No, he's already in there with you. You just
he's
can't
already
see him. Yeah, you just can't see him because we're in a small screen here.
I got a text from him that he said he was in the waiting room and couldn't be here. So if he is here, then great. If he's not, then he should be.
He is.
Okay.
Thank you. Lynn, the sponsor's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this establishes as a resolve to establish a commission to research effective strategies and efficiencies of legislatures. It is now a 16-member commission. It has 4 members of the Senate, 2 from each party, the largest parties appointed by the Speaker, 4 members from the House, 2 each from the 2 largest parties. Excuse me, the Senate is appointed by the President. The House is appointed by the Speaker. There is an addition of item 3, which is 1 member who does not have a party affiliation, appointed jointly by the President and the Speaker. 1 member from the federally recognized tribes, nations, and bands. This language in item 4 is a bit more robust than in the original bill. This is the language that has been used across bills this session. It states that the federally recognized tribes, nations, and bands will jointly identify and the governor will appoint that person if the tribes do not, and I use tribes to include tribes, nation, and bands. If they do not make a unanimous joint recommendation, the governor shall appoint a member. And again, that is language that has been vetted and came from the Attorney General's office as the way to have tribal representatives included in commissions. And then there's a member from the governor to appoint, a member appointed by the Chief Justice, and 4 members of the public selected by the president, a floor leader from the Senate, the speaker, and the floor leader from the House. The appointment sections 3 and 4 are unchanged. There are chairs. There is a requirement that they be appointed within 30 days after the effective date of the resolve, and then they begin their work. The other changes were in the duties, and this was a bit of a combination from the 2 bills. It's the looking at the structure of the legislature, including the number of legislators, looking at the Leg Council, looking at the process of introducing bills and the number of bills, the structure of committees, the budget process, transparency and physical access, technological efficiencies and remote access, term limits, and the citizen nature of the legislature, including the length of a session and the legislative pay structure. And then this commission would report back its findings to this committee by January 1st of 2022, allowing this committee to report out legislation in the second regular session of the 130th. So that is the 2 sponsors agreed to amendment.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Representative Toole. Representative Toole, is your hand up?
It's never down, but yes, it is up.
Yes, this is true.
It is up. So with that, one small question on the timeline, and I agree wholeheartedly that the sponsors have come together and put together a great piece of a bill here. The timeline, certainly for January, is great to have a report, and reporting out a bill is great. But I wonder, can the commission do all of this work in 6 months? Should it be extended into the following year so they can make a subsequent report to the 131st? And
Thank
give
you.
that-
Welcome, Senator Stewart, to State and Local Government. You and Representative Bailey have been doing yeoman's work on this. Will either of you gentlemen care to answer Representative Toole's question about whether or not this allows you enough time to do the work you'd like to see done?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to field that question. Representative Bailey and I actually spoke explicitly about that, and it's a tricky one because we want to make sure that the work of the commission is going to be hopefully used for something. The challenge is if we push it off to the next legislature, there may or may not be any interest in that legislature to actually use the commission, and it may just become a study for the sake of a study at that point. Yeah. And so it's a fine line, certainly. I think particularly with, given that we can conduct meetings remotely via Zoom, the commission could get going pretty much right out of the gate as soon as this got approval. And I do think that 6 months is probably enough time. It may need a little bit more time. And if that's the case and it rolls into February, that would be all right. But the point is to get something in front of you folks as the committee of jurisdiction in time that you can use those recommendations to make an informed decision about whether you want to vote out a bill or not.
Thank you. Representative Bailey, did you have anything to add to that, or are you?
Nope.
No. Okay. Thank you. Then I'll move to Representative Greenwood. Sir, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my thought would be, if we were to push that to like February 15th, which is about mid-center of where the second year session would be. That gives them a couple, a little extra time for the commission to report back to us. So my thought would be to push that to February 15th instead of January 1st. My other comment was if Lynn could bring back the screen share or just reference point 9 on the last page of what you shared, it would have been for legislators' salaries or pay, not legislation.
Thank you, Representative Greenwood. So yes, and in addition to eagle eyes from the committee, I rely on those revisor office employees to get that stuff. But yes, I can fix that, and that wouldn't even be an amendment.
Thank you. Anything further, sir? You all set? Okay. Representative Toole.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So in order to also give us more time, and forgive me for looking at so many bills, I'm not sure, does this have an emergency preamble? And if not, maybe it should, so as to get this out of the gate just as quick as we can. We don't want to wait until October to actually start working on this. That would really give folks a lot more time. So, and if folks are okay with that, I would move ought to pass as amended with all of the aforementioned changes, plus the emergency preamble.
Including the due date change?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion?
On 1073, by the way.
Okay. That was going to be my other question is have we chosen which number it's going to be, or is 1073 the acceptable bill that we're going to be moving forward?
To that, Senator Stewart.
I see Representative Bailey and Senator Stewart nodding their heads, so we're going to move forward with 1073. Thank you. There was a motion and a second from Representative Greenwood. Representative Copeland, did you have a question, or were you raising your hand a second? Okay, thank you. There is a motion and a second on the table for an amended bill moving forward with LD 1073. Is there any further comment with regard to this? There being none, Lynn, if you could call the roll, please.
Cheryl will. That'll be.
I'm Sherry. Cheryl will call.
All right.
I was staring at your azaleas and I said the wrong name.
No worries. LD 1073 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Excuse me. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 11 yes, 2 absent.
Gentlemen, thank you so very much for this bill. I appreciate your working together and bringing us a finished format that we can use going forward. And I look forward to reading the results of this study once it has been completed. Representative Toole, you're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I would move ought not to pass on Representative Bailey's bill, since we unanimously agreed to the previous one. No hard feelings.
And Representative Reisman will second that. Is there further discussion on the motion of ought not to pass on LD 1670? This is interesting, where both of them we're sponsors and co-sponsors of each of the bills. So it's as if neither one is losing out, or both of them are being successful in moving this bill forward and allowing the other one to go away. So with that, Cheryl, would you call the roll on ought not to pass?
I will. LD 1670 ought not to pass. A vote yes means you vote for the motion ought not to pass. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. And we appreciate you coming by to help us work through this bill. Bye. Let me see. Is Representative Representative Toole, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request a caucus break, but before I do, I'd like to find out which bills we're going to be taking up in the next session so as to keep things moving smoothly.
Certainly. I know that Representative Carlo wanted to go earlier. I regret that I failed to remember his request earlier, so we could move to 1387. And then let me see. Then perhaps LD 835 about occupational regulations. And was there a preference made with regard to the minimum wage or the legislative expenses?
Yes, as far as the legislative expenses go, I have not talked with my folks about that yet, but I do think there's some movement on there. Maybe we should move it later so that we're not.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do 1387, 835, and we also have Senator Kimes' bill in addition to 1536. Is Senator Kimes?
And we have 1669 too, do we know?
Right.
Okay.
Representative Carlo just popped in.
Okay, so we'll do his bill first when we come back from a quick break.
Okay.
And we'll do 1387, 835, and
I have to call Representative Bradstreet when you're ready for his bill.
Okay, and then we'll do 1536, which is Representative Bradstreet. So those three for now, will that be fine? Or do you want me to, shall we go down a little bit further?
No, I think we should do it bunched it in threes, given how many we've got. So I think it'd be more manageable to do it this way.
Okay, so we'll do those three. We'll take a break for what, 15 minutes? Or do you need less time than that?
It'll probably take a few minutes to get the technology running, but yeah, 15 to 20 should be okay.
Okay, sounds good. I will send, I'll send a link to folks in my caucus.
I will do the same.
Abby, come on. Max. Okay, I guess I'll have to do my screen. My cat just danced across my keyboard and my mouse doesn't work anymore. So I'm gonna have to go with the touch system.
Naughty boy, girl.
Yeah, guy, Max, yeah. We put his food up on top of the little table I sit at, on top with my laptop folded down. And so he came up here looking for his food and danced across the keyboards. So.
I think we're back. I'm not sure. Okay. That was a little bit of a Twilight Zone experience there with the windows open. So.
All right. So what we got? One, Walter Downs. I think we're mostly back, and Representative Carlo, welcome back to state and local government. I hope we're not delaying you too much. Our apologies for the way that we're moving this morning. Lynn, I believe we're all back. Yep. If you could go over LD 1387 for us, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an act to remove the provision of law allowing a legislator who resigns from service as a town assessor to continue to serve as a selectman and as a legislator together. So this bill, when Representative Carlo testified, I seem to recall that the language in the bill did not necessarily address the or adequately address the problem that he was trying to solve. The language that is being removed made it clear that if you're a legislator and you're also a selectman in / assessor, that you can resign from being the assessor and remain being a select person. So you're a legislator and a select person. That's what the language currently allows. And the reason that a legislator would want to resign being an assessor is that the Attorney General's office has said that an assessor is an agent of the state, and so a legislator cannot serve in both those positions. MMA testified against this, and I think their concern, and I believe Rebecca Graham may be in the waiting area. I believe their concern was that the language being removed is necessary to allow persons who want to serve not only on the state level, but also in their communities have the ability to do so, and that it's clear. I did provide a lot of paperwork in response to Senator Baldacci's questions, and I can go through them, but I think that if this isn't really what the sponsor was looking for, that perhaps the committee would rather have the sponsor speak. And if I got that wrong, Representative Carlo, I apologize.
Representative Carlo, welcome. Do you have any comments on Lynn's analysis of your bill, or is there something you would like to clarify for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak before the committee, and thank you, Lynn, for your analysis. I will say that when drafting this bill, I had staff drafted on my behalf. Our thinking was that the language that was being removed was, while it may have explicitly removed that language, it's made it more confusing for town clerks. And our thinking was that that if we just got rid of the language together, then it would just remove that confusion, but maintain the integrity of my intent, which was to allow for legislators who also may be in a position of assessor to simply just resign from that office, even though they're in the legislature currently. If it's the opinion of the committee to amend that language, I would be more than happy to talk about that too. Friendly amendment there.
Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular situation did affect me, and I resigned as an assessor upon taking before I was sworn in as a legislator back in December. But the current law allows for a select man or select person to remain. They just can't be an assessor. So I'm not sure. I guess I'm unclear as to what we're trying to fix, because the law currently allows for the separation of selectman assessor so that you can retain and be a selectman. So I guess I'd ask the sponsor if there's something different that he's trying to change, just for clarity, or because I think this bill is really unnecessary, and by removing the language, it would make it so that selectmen could not serve as state representatives duly.
Representative Carlo?
Thank you, Representative Greenwood. That is certainly not my intention. All I know, and I'm happy to hear that you were able to maintain your position after you were elected as both a selectman and a legislator. That is not what's happening in my town. So I in conversations that I've had with MMA, it seems that this could be the result of perhaps folks in the town clerk's office not understanding or not interpreting the law as it is currently accurately. And I think that she was looking into that. I haven't heard back on that front. But the intent is absolutely to make sure that if you are a legislator who also is in a position of a selectman where they also serve as assessor, that you're able to resign from the office of assessor, but keep your position as selectman. That is my only objective here. And if the committee deems that the current law as it is sufficient, then I would agree that the bill is unnecessary. Just trying to start a conversation and seeing if the language could maybe be tweaked to make it more clear for town clerks. But it seems to me at this point that it's probably the result of perhaps our town clerk is not interpreting the law accurately.
Ms. Graham, welcome back to State and Local. Do you have a quick comment on this? Or just any comment on this? Not necessarily quick.
Thank you, Representative Matlack. My understanding from Representative Carlo was that the individuals were being blocked from being put onto a ballot. And there is a provision of home rule in charter communities that does allow a more prescriptive approach, but our general guidance is pretty clear on that an individual doesn't need to be qualified for office at the time of nomination and running for that. So we could certainly potentially drop language in that said, barring a charter provision, a candidate need not be qualified for that office at the time of nomination. That may make that piece clearer, although we do believe it is an existing law and to provide that guidance. And to Representative Carlo's point, I unfortunately have not had the ability to dig down into that this week. I would love to, but I haven't caught a break from committee work yet, so you guys well know.
Representative Toole, yes, we do.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Carlo and Rebecca, both for your commentary here. I kind of find myself agreeing with Representative Greenwood, him having gone through the whole situation personally. And as much as I appreciate the sentiment behind this, I just don't, I'm not into passing bills that already deal with laws that are already on the books. Rather, I think maybe more education between MMA and the towns and the Clerks Association, if there is a confusion or an issue, needs to be had, as opposed to us. As you can tell, it's getting into May and I'm getting kind of scroogey about bills. So
Okay.
yeah, I don't see that we really need to go with this.
Representative Toole, Representative Greenwood, do you serve in communities with charters, or with are they just dependent on the state statutes for their work? Representative Greenwood?
We have a charter.
And it does not preclude, obviously, it does not preclude you from serving in the legislature and also resigning from that part of the selectman's job that is assessor.
That is correct.
Okay. Do we
And
think that's standard language for charters? Representative Toole?
I don't believe I'm a selectman in my town. We don't have a charter per se. So, but I'm also, we also don't have the situation. We have a separate board of assessors.
Yeah. Some towns do, yeah.
And some towns also hire an assessing agent, which does the work to complete. So adding all of this in, I mean, it's a great idea. I get where he's coming from, but we're going to create, I think we're going to create, by passing this, more confusion than we're going to solve.
Okay. Do I hear a motion then from you, sir?
Am I?
Yep, you're ready.
Regrettably, ought not to pass.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
I'll second that.
Representative Greenwood, thank you. Several seconds, but yes. So is there any further comment? I think Representative Carlo, what I'm hearing from a lot of different folks is that the problem may be more local than broad-based. And so we're not going to move forward with this, but we hope that Maine Municipal may be able to resolve your issue, or perhaps there needs to be a language change in your town's charter that doesn't preclude people from running for office while they're being assessor or before they can resign. Is there any further question? There being none, Cheryl, if you call the roll, please.
Yes. LD 1387 ought not to pass. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yeah.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming back to talk with us, Representative Carla, and Ms. Graham, we appreciate your comments also. Moving along, we'll go to LD 835. An act to allow citizens to petition government agencies to repeal or modify occupational regulations. Is Representative Andrews with us?
He is not. I sent him another link, but I haven't heard back from him.
Okay, Lynn, would you like to explain to us what this bill is about?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I will let the committee know that two of the individuals who testified, David Jackson from the Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers and Dennis Smith, who testified on behalf of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation and the Medical Board of Licensure. They are in the waiting area if you have questions for them.
Okay.
So let me share my screen on this one. So this bill requires all state agencies and other units of government to review all of their rules by regulations by January 1st of 2022 to determine that apply to occupational titles or work in an occupation, trade, or profession to determine whether the regulation is necessary and carefully crafted or tailored to protect health, safety, and welfare. If it does not, and that it does not unreasonably burden a person's ability to enter a profession, trade, or occupation that is licensed. After the review, the agencies and other units of government need to repeal or modify any rules that do not meet that standard of review, and or recommend that the legislature take necessary steps with respect to those regulations. It also allows any person at any time to file a petition with an agency or the district court to require that a bill be repealed or modified if it doesn't meet that standard of review that I mentioned above, which is carefully tailored to protect health, safety, and welfare, and does not unnecessarily burden a person's ability to enter that profession. So this bill was brought to you, sponsored by Representative Andrews. He mentioned the Right to Earn a Living Act, which has been adopted by Arizona and Tennessee. And the purpose of these Right to Earn a Living Act is to limit the regulation on professions and occupations to protecting health, safety, and welfare, and to remove what are arbitrary requirements that may be preventing people from entering a profession or from becoming licensed or certified if they move from one state to another. The Maine Policy Institute spoke in favor of this and referenced a report that was issued by them called Let Us Work. And in the bill analysis, there is a link to that report. Some of the information that I have included in this bill analysis, I took from that report. His conversation was about occupational licensing reduces competition, increases costs without having these measurable positive impacts on health, safety, and benefits. According to the report, Maine lost about 30,000 jobs and 276 million in economic output. And the report indicated that there was a $2.6 billion loss of economic growth, among other things. And the opponents to this included the two gentlemen I mentioned, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Smith, along with written testimony from Commissioner Head from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. And they talked about how the bill is a bit redundant on existing law, which I will go through what existing law is in these areas in just a second. And also that there was a lack of resources across agencies to undertake the type of review and reporting that is in this bill. So there are quite a lot of laws on the books that apply to individuals who are either trying to enter a profession or moving from one state to another and want to be approved to practice that profession or trade from one state to another. And there's also a lot of regulations and statutes in place about the discipline or the suspension of licenses on occupations. So I broke it out into two things because this bill says do things regarding your rules. And so I'm going to talk about the APA. Currently, there is a rulemaking process. So when an agency enacts adopts a new rule, they have to provide notice. They generally provide a public hearing, though it's not always required. They are required to respond to written comments that they receive, and all regulations are reviewed by the Attorney General's office as to form and legality, so that no regulations are enacted that are contrary to existing law. Individuals do have the right under current statute to petition an agency about a rule. The agency must respond within 60 days. The agency does not necessarily have to act upon a petition, which this bill would change that, and any one individual could petition and an agency would have to act. An agency is currently required to act if 150 or more voters submit a petition, at which point the agency has to initiate rulemaking proceedings within 60 days of receiving that petition from 150 people or more. There is currently in law an ability for the courts to review rules. Anyone who's aggrieved or harmed or damaged by a rule can file an action in Superior Court. The court can do several things. They cannot, as this bill would allow them to rewrite a rule, this current statute does not allow them to rewrite the rule. It allows them to void a rule as exceeding the rulemaking authority. They can invalidate parts of the rule, and they can determine that the rule is arbitrary and capricious, and basically find the rule cannot be enforced. And then they can issue other such orders as are necessary and appropriate to remedy such failures. I didn't look into what that actually is, and because I don't think it's a major point for this committee. So there is statute existing on rulemaking. There also are statutes on actions by state agencies that affect a license. They're in Title 10, and that section governs suspensions, revocations, and disciplinary action taken by the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation. This is directly out of the statute. It says that the courts, the district courts, have jurisdiction if an occupational or professional license is suspended and revoked. It says that you can't invoke, the office can't invoke disciplinary action without having a hearing at which the individual can provide evidence and testimony, and that can be appealed to the Superior Court. So that's disciplinary action. The same thing applies if they're going to revoke your license. It's subject to an appeal. With district court, I've tried to underline because I know these are a lot of words on the page and you don't have time to read them. Also, it requires a hearing for a non-consensual disciplinary action. And as far as the denial of an initial or a renewal of a license, there is a requirement that there be a hearing. And all of these hearings have to conform to the Administrative Procedures Act, which I did not include details in this bill analysis, but I can answer specific questions. And then the last thing I just want to let everyone know is a license is considered a property interest. So if you have a license or a certification in a profession or a trade, you have a property interest in that. And if an agency takes action against it, whether it's suspension, revocation, disciplinary action, denial, that at some point becomes what's known as final agency action. And that may be appealed to Superior Court under what's called an ADC rule appeal. So that was a very quick nutshell of what current law allows and provides to individuals. I think that's the end of it. To individuals who have a license or who are coming to the state looking to be licensed to to follow their occupation or their trade or profession.
Thank you very much.
And- Yes.
I understand that Senator Baldacci, he's in another committee right now with regard to one of his bills, but he had an amendment that he was proposing for this bill. Do you know anything about that amendment, Lynn, and what it might do?
I do. He did send an email to the committee about this, and I was not quite able to produce a clean amendment for him. He didn't ask for that, and given the press of time, I didn't have a chance to do that. I know that he wanted to include language. Yeah, I have to say I can't speak to Senator Baldacci's amendment. I'm sorry.
No, not a problem at all. Representative Toole.
Yeah, I had honestly, with everything going on, I had forgotten about Senator Baldacci's amendment, but I did, when I read it, I kind of liked it, but I also had a lot of questions about it, was hoping he would be here for it, but my main question being, does it replace the bill or is it in addition to the bill?
I can't really speak to it because I've only just read what he has produced. My understanding is that Senator Baldacci's concerns or the suggested changes that he's making are not necessarily to the bill itself, but to the way that I believe it's the hearings, the administrative hearings are held.
Okay.
And he has also mentioned that he would probably in the future be bringing forward a bill that would address specifically. He said he has participated in these types of reviews as an attorney, and that he would probably be bringing a bill forward that would directly address his concerns with the way that administrative hearings are held. So he just wanted to get that. I believe he just wanted to get that out there, and that whether or not it was attached to the bill, he will be bringing legislation forward later.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Do we have any other questions or comments with regard to this specific bill? Representative Toole?
So one of the, there's a lot you could say about the bill, but one of the technical issues that I picked up on when reading it, and if we do indeed pass it, the technical issue is the time frame. So so there are two options that I can see on that. One is to make this an emergency, to give the departments more time to actually complete the work that they're tasked to do in this, or the other is to stretch out the time effective date on the other end, which is I think would probably be more realistic to change the date to February 15th as opposed to January 1st, thereby giving the departments 4.5, whatever October to February is. I'm not good with math right now. 4.5 months. And the other issue that I had that was kind of unclear was whether the other government entities whether that was explicitly other state government entities or whether it was local and county government. And that's more of a question for Lynn.
And Lynn's ready to answer some questions for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not share what the technical issues that I saw with the bill, and I'm glad Representative Toole brought that up. A lot of the technical issues do deal with the broad definitions in the bill, including, for example, agency. My interpretation is it would include local units of government because it says all units of government established in the Constitution or the laws. I don't know how many municipal and county local governments have regulations on occupations, but it is fairly broad. The definition of an occupational rule is also fairly broad. It includes, oh dear, I'm having trouble finding that. Well, I'll leave it at the definitions are broad. And so if the committee is going to move forward, you may want to have a discussion of, is it specific areas and entities, occupations that you would like focused on, or would you like it to be a broader sweep?
And I would say that my concern being from a local government is I think the sponsor's intent, I think the general intent was that it would be covering state agencies and state, whatever that phrase is, putting the word state in front of to make it clear that we're not talking about local and county, other outside things, just that which is under the umbrella of state government.
Okay.
That's my thoughts.
Okay. Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill seems overly broad and asking a lot of the folks to come up with these reports in a short period of time. And, you know, I just think that all the thoughtful things that people have put into these, you know, as time goes on and they tweak their regulations or whatever, I think that can be done and has been done to build them, and then to remove over regulation, that can be done, you know, in a different way. So I'm going to move ought not to pass.
Okay. Is there a second of this motion? Representative Dorr has seconded it. Thank you. Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, no, I'll just state, I like the bill. I think it is a little broad. I would like to see if there's going to be a minority report or a majority report, since we already have a motion on the floor, that it be, you know, kind of make sure that it's clarifying that it's state government, meaning so that we're not dealing with municipal or county regulations.
Okay. Is there any other narrowing that you wanted to do with this? I know that we talked about extending the due date out to February 15th, but was there any other narrowing of the scope of what's being reviewed that you're interested in, or is just modifying it to state is sufficient?
I think modifying it to state was sufficient, and pushing the date out as Representative Toole had suggested.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bryant.
I think we just should stay with this motion and then and get it off the table, then have the secondary report talked on at that time.
Okay. All right. We do have a motion on the board, on the floor of ought not to pass, and we can discuss other modifications after we decide whether or not this carries. So Cheryl, if you could read the roll.
Yes. LD 835 ought not to pass. So if you vote yes, you're voting for the motion ought not to pass. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
No.
Representative William Toole, no. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
No.
Representative Randall Greenwood, no. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
No.
Representative Francis Head, no. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 8 yes, 3 other, and 2 absent. And the minority report,
Ought to pass as amended with the date to February 15th and the other change specifying this is state agencies and utility entities only. Other entities, whatever that phraseology is, and there's specifying it's state.
Okay. All 3. All right. Thank you very much. So that was 8:35. The next bill we'll take up is Representative Bradstreet with us?
yes, he is.
Thank you. If you could bring him over, we'll talk about his bill 1536, an act regarding municipal public hearings on citizen-initiated municipal referenda. And I see that Ms. Graham from MMA is still with us. So
yes,
should we need her counsel on this, she'll be available. Thank you. Welcome back, Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you. Good morning. I guess it's still morning. Yes. 2 more
Yes,
minutes.
Thank you. Lynn, would you walk us through this bill, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this was a concept draft brought to you by Representative Bradstreet, and he has an amendment to it. So my analysis is going to be of the amendment, since analysis of the concept draft would be very short. As amended, and the amendment I will show later, this bill specifies that when a municipality holds the required public hearing on a written article, the hearing must include a substantive discussion of the item or items for which the referendum was initiated. So as Representative Bradstreet discussed, that there seems to be some municipalities that when they hold these required public hearings, the discussion is limited to the technical or procedural matters related to the initiative and not the substance. The proponents was the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce, and I have MMA here as a proponent, but that's inaccurate. MMA was neither for nor against, and part of the reason for that position is that the Legislative Policy Committee had not yet had a chance to meet and discuss this bill. The one comment that I took from Ms. Graham's written testimony was that the hearing is on the article and not the petition. And the other thing she pointed out is that communities with charters, as we all know, but it's always good to remind, me, so I assume it's always good to remind you, is that municipalities with charters would not be affected by this bill. And a community with a charter, for example, would be the Portland community. So the amendment that the sponsor requested is in yellow. This, I've added one word from what I shared with Representative Bradstreet and he approved, and I want to be very upfront that the amendment is a public hearing on an article initiated by the written petition, because Ms. Graham was correct. It's a public hearing on the article. So a public hearing on an article initiated by the written petition shall include a substantive discussion of the items or items for which the referendum was initiated. It's fairly straightforward. It is placed in the portion of statute that deals with referendum questions in front of municipalities. But as I said, it's a little different, Representative Bradstreet, than what I had shown you, and I apologize for not sharing it before. I just redrafted it early this morning.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Excuse me. Is this amendment what you were looking for?
Yes, it is. It's substantive discussion of the item. That's all I was looking for. as I said before, I didn't think this would be necessary, but evidently there are some cases where the actual substantive discussion doesn't take place. So this was just a clarification. I wouldn't do anything that I think would overburden a community. They're having the public hearings anyway, and this would just be another thing that they make sure they include in those public hearings.
Thank you. Ms. Graham, I understand that you had not been able to discuss this item with your Legislative Policy Council. Have they discussed this, and do they have comments on this?
Thank you, Representative Matlack. No, our meeting is, we're having subcommittee meetings today, and then our meeting is tomorrow. We just flagged up what we already recommend, what we believe is in existing law already. And again, note that perhaps in those incidents, it's a charter community and they do have different ability to manage that. However, a public hearing by its very nature is supposed to be having that substantive discussion, not limiting to whether or not it's qualified to be on there. And they are supposed to be holding a public hearing 10 days before that article is to be voted on, whether they are a charter community or not, however.
Thank you. Representative Bryant.
Thank you. I think my question was answered. I just want to make sure that it was, the discussion was for the public hearing and not for the posting. Is that correct? Because posting would be a mandate and that would cause issues, but it seems reasonable you'd want to have a discussion on what the article is. And thank you, I'm all set.
Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bradstreet, for bringing this forward. I think it's a great bill. The one question I have for you, or for Lynn even, we all know what a substantive discussion is, and that we have them here in committee every day. We talk about the pros, the cons, and those neither for nor against. Do you think the term of substantive discussion should be specified, pros, cons, that should be specified in the statute, that it's, or what I'm getting at is everybody has a different view of what a substantive discussion is. And I mean, is that something you've thought about? I'm fine with it as is, but have you thought that maybe we could clarify that a little more?
Lynn, do you have any comments? Otherwise, I'm comfortable with substantive.
I would like to respond to Representative Toole because I did fluctuate between the word substantive discussion, which, as Representative Toole said, is subjective, or another option was a discussion on the merits of the item or items. That was the other kind of phrase that I had kicked around. I think both. I think it would be up to the committee if they like that other phrase, a discussion on the merits. That may get more to what Representative Toole is asking and what the sponsor wants, but I think the decision is a committee decision.
Okay, thank you. I'm comfortable with where we are. If somebody would like to change it or amend it, but for right now, I think I'm okay with substantive. Representative Reisman, are you on mute?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. I know there are a lot of hearings where you have one or two people show up and they're really not interested in the subject. So how can you reach a level of substantive at that point? I like the other wording better. At least it makes the point that you gave the public a chance.
But the merits of the bill, the merits of the referendum
Merits
question?
of the bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Toole?
And I could go either way, honestly. I think it's a great bill and I don't want to lose the bill over this, but I do think it would help focus a public hearing to the actual topic being discussed. As sometimes, and I'll get off on a soapbox here, in our own committee, we go off on a tangent. I do, everybody does, but people come into public hearings and they're talking about stuff that really has nothing to do with the bill or the merits of the bill.
Go.
So I think
Go.
merits is a good word.
Representative Bradstreet, do you have a comment on this?
Yes, I'm wondering if a substantive discussion on the merits of the bill might be okay. Get them
We're going
both
to cover
in there.
all the bases here. Okay, Representative Copeland.
Good one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, saying the merits is a positive thing that you're talking about, but you need people to hear both sides. So I don't know if merits substantive content.
Yeah, exactly. I think if we debate this more, we're gonna have to get out our thesauruses. So if there's a motion to change it, I would entertain it. But otherwise, I think that what we've just heard is that it's an understandable phrase that we're adding to statute to encourage a discussion of the bill and not just the time and the date, but also the content. So is there anybody who would like to make a motion to amend the bill or to move forward with the bill?
I'll make a motion to go with what Lynn drafted up as part of the sponsor's amendment in the interest of moving it forward, because it really is an important bill.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Senator. There is a motion and a second on the language that was developed by our analyst. Is there any further comment on this? Then I'll ask Cheryl to call the roll for us.
LD 1536 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldarci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
No.
Representative Walter Reisman, no. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. And the minority report?
It should include the alternate wording. Not the word substantial. I can't say it.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, I think.
Representative Bryant.
I'm just wondering with the committee if they'd want to reconsider and put the alternate word in so we'd have a unanimous report. I think it'd be smoother going through the system. We don't want any hiccups. Well, can you think of a compromise might be worthy?
Representative Toole. I like your idea, Representative Bryant. Representative Toole.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for even opening up the discussion, but yes, I would support that. I preferred that. I just want to see the bill move forward without any hitches. So I would move to reconsider.
We have a motion to reconsider this bill. Is there a second? Representative Bryant? Yes, there is. So we are reconsidering LD 1536, a motion to amend the language. Representative Reisman, what was your amended language?
Well, I think Lynn had suggested alternate wording, so that's the wording I'd like to see.
Okay, Lynn?
If I may, Madam Chair, first you need to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
And then the amended language, if it was not to pass as amended, I believe the phrase, let me get out my bill analysis so I can read it and you can all be.
Okay. While Lynn is looking for the language, we'll vote on the motion to reconsider. I think we only need hands for that one. So if folks could raise their hands if they would like to reconsider. Thank you all. It's unanimous. We will be reconsidering the bill. Lynn, what is the other language?
So I believe the language that you are now thinking of is a public hearing on an article initiated by the written petition shall include a discussion of the merits of the item or items for which the referendum was initiated.
Is that what you're looking for, Representative Reisman?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion on this language? Representative Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move on to pass as amended with amended language we just spoke of.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second? Representative Paulus is seconding it. I think we've discussed this already. So Cheryl, if you could call the bill on, call the roll on this bill, please.
Yes. 1536 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Bradstreet, for joining us this afternoon, today.
Yes, and I wanted to say I appreciate the work the committee has done on this and certainly the work of the analysts. They did a great job. I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome. Okay, I believe those are the 3 bills that we said we would discuss, and then we would take a break for more discussions. Up next, we will go to, let me see, we've already done those 2 here. We've done that one. We'll take a little bit longer break. What time is it? Have some lunch. We can discuss the remaining bills. The remaining bills we have are 974, tying legislative pay to tying future legislative pay to state minimum wage, 1680, amending legislative expenses and reimbursement, LD 817, Senator Kimes' bill regarding the COVID-19 commission, and LD 1669, a resolution proposing an amendment to limit the action a legislature may take. Oh, I forgot. We were supposed to do that while Representative Bailey was with us. Limiting the action the legislature may take on initiatives approved by voters for a period of 3 years. So we'll take a break. It is now about 12:15. Can we come back at 1 o'clock and finish up with the rest of the bills? Is that acceptable? Okay, that includes time for lunch, time for chat, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
That's great. Our folks, if you guys just want to grab lunch, we'll come back around 12:35, 12:40. Give you everybody a chance to get some lunch.
Okay. Same for my group. I'll send you a link. And I'll figure out how to fix my keyboard. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sean, I don't know whether Sean's coming back or not, but we'll see.
Representative Matlack?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a bill in front of criminal justice sometime today. I don't know when it is.
Okay.
But I know I'm the only senator on to be able to vote. So I'm
Yeah.
asking your advice here.
Okay. Well, let's hope they call you a little bit later. We have just a couple.
Yeah.
Couple of bills left. And we've got, and let's see if we can work our way through, and we'll just have to hold votes. If I don't know how long your bill is going to be.
I just have to read my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Representative Toole? Yeah.
We'll see.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Could we maybe start with, excuse me, 974 and 1680, and then go on to the next? I know Senator Keim is inquiring about hers, but that would, if we start with those two, they should be pretty straightforward. Or they all can be straightforward. But.
Okay, Cheryl.
Yes, Senator Miramont is out there for 1680,
okay.
But I don't see
Rep. Berry?
Representative Berry, right.
Okay. All right. So let's get going. Let's do those two. Senator Keim, and then we've done that one also. Are those the only? No, we also have to do about Representative Bailey's resolution, and my profuse apologies to Representative Bailey for not doing it first thing this morning. So let's get going on Representative Miramont's bill, and 974 for Rep. Berry and 1680 for Senator Miramont. I don't have Representative Berry's cell number. So
I sent him an email.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just let us know when you get the ping, and we'll either vote quickly or we'll wait till you get back. Thank you.
And Senator Miramont is here.
Welcome back, Senator Miramont.
Hello.
Hi there. So we're going to be taking up your bill, 1680, and then also 974. We'll start with your bill. Lynn, you want to walk us through 1680?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is an act to amend legislative expenses, reimbursed, and allocations. And as we all know, this is Senator Miramont's bill. So I'm going to share my screen. So this bill changes, starting in the 131st legislature, some of the compensation, reimbursement, and allowances for legislators. The other bill, 974, is about salary. This bill is not. So as I said, it all starts in the 131st. It increases, actually, I misspoke. It does increase salaries as well. It increases the salary of legislators to $20,000 in each of the years of the biennium. Currently, you receive more salary in the first year than in the second year of the biennium. This would have it just be a flat rate of $20,000 in each of the years after adjustment. Excuse me. The second change is the mileage allowance. So this increases the mileage allowance to the lower of 44 cents per mile, or the federal mileage rate, or 56 cents per mile. And this, a bill to change the mileage rate, mileage allowance, was introduced in the 129, and I believe it went by the wayside with the adjournment due to the pandemic, but I'm not absolutely positive about that. And it was also included in a budget in the 129th, in budget language from the department, and I do not believe that that budget language passed. Not identical to this, but it did address the mileage allowance for legislators. The next change proposed in this bill by Senator Miramont is to adjust the lodging rate. So currently the lodging rate is $38 per day. This bill changes it to an amount that's determined annually by the Legislative Council, and it has to be no less than the average nightly rate of lodging in the Augusta area or the federal per diem rate for lodging. So each year the Legislative Council would determine what the average rate of lodging in this area was, and then that would be what the lodging rate was based on, or the federal per diem. And the last change proposed in the bill is to allow for a weekly allowance of $250 each week during a period of a national emergency or civil emergency in which the legislature is required to work remotely or attend meetings, and you do not otherwise travel to the State House. And I believe that that is to address the issue that many of you have found with working remotely and having costs that you incur that you cannot get reimbursed by the legislature, such as printing and ink. Those are the two I can think of. Senator Marmont was the only one who testified. There was no proponents, opponents, or neither for nor against. There were no information requests and no fiscal impact. There was not any technical issues I could see. I did include in the bill analysis for the other bill information on what the State Compensation Commission recommended with respect to these issues and salary. Would you like me to share that with this bill, Madam Chair?
Yes, I think so. I understand that that Representative Berry is in his committee and can't get away to see us. So let's go forward with his bill also, and we'll come up with some questions.
Okay, let me try and share my screen on this one. So hopefully you're seeing 974. So this bill is specific to legislator salary, and it sets the salary at the minimum wage, whatever the current hourly minimum wage is, at someone who would work 2,000 hours per year beginning in 2025. And the representative and testified about the need to continue with the citizen legislature, the low salary being a barrier for many people who want to participate but cannot. This bill is subject to a voter referendum. And here is the information from last session. So last session, the state and local reported out a bill based on the State Compensation Commission report, and it increased the salaries of many state employees. The legislators had an increase of salary to $16,000 and a mileage reimbursement at 44 cents per mile. And you can see what the other salary increases were. And the state compensation report, I'm not sure if this is too big for your screen. This is a cut and paste from basically their main conclusions that the State Compensation Commission meets periodically. They met and they report back to the State and Local Government Committee. And the 2020 report did recommend increasing the base salary for legislators to a total of $32,000 in the 2-year term, increasing mileage, pointing out that the federal rate is now 58 cents per mile. They recommended increasing the lodging rate so that and I always have trouble describing this, increasing the lodging rate so that there wasn't an incentive either way between driving back and forth every day and driving and staying overnight. They did recommend that the Ledge Council be granted the authority to approve additional stipends for chairs. And they did recommend that the current process for setting the salaries for the secretary, assistant secretary, et cetera, be removed from their purview. There was also some questions about a salary comparison with other states. This was from the National NCSL from 2020, and it was attached to the bill analysis. When we looked at this in the last session, there's no distinction here between full-time and, well, it's not easy for anyone to pull out what are the full-time and what are the part-time legislatures, and that can be done, but was not done in this analysis or this salary comparison. And I believe that's all the material that I included. I think so. Well, no. I guess I included the bill from the 129th, but I summarized that above. So you have all the materials. I won't go through them all. I'm happy to answer any questions though.
Okay. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot here, and I know we can spend a lot of time kicking this around today. But I did want to say up front that I had a conversation with my leadership last night about exploring some opportunities around this issue, and would like to have until Monday to try to get an amendment together to try to bridge some of the gaps and try to find some common ground. I think Senator Miramont's bill is probably the best vehicle to do that. Well, there are a few odds and ends that Lynn mentioned in that we talked about last year that could potentially be folded in. So if the committee would be willing to put this aside until Monday and let me try to work with my office on getting an amendment together so that we can get this out this year, that would be fantastic. I hate to table things, but I would like to do that if possible.
If we're going to do that, I would prefer to hold it over until Friday, a week from tomorrow, a week from this Friday.
Even better.
Yes, I think it would give you time, but it also I will be traveling over the weekend and I won't be back to really be involved in a discussion like this until later in the day. And so I would prefer, if we're going to have a substantive discussion, that we discuss both of these bills next Friday, so that we can have time to think about it. We're not under pressure to deal with other bills at the same time, and we might be able to have a little bit of a discussion about how best to move forward with this.
And I know our policy director would thank you very much, because everybody's going full bore with amendments and everything else. So
I think they probably are. Yeah. Rep Bryant, Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I moved to table, and if I could table both, I would, but I'm not sure I can. I'll move to table this bill here at 1680, please.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and this is an issue that we won't be debating. So I think we can use our hands. All those in favor of tabling till next Friday? Okay.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, when you say next Friday, you mean Friday the 21st? We're not
Correct.
referring to the day
2 days.
after. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
No. Let me look at my calendar just to make sure that we are talking about, yes, we are talking about the 21st, which is 2 days after we have session. Yes. Thank you. So we have tabled that bill. May I have a motion, Representative Bryant, on the other bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we table LD 974, please, 974.
Is there a second on this one?
Second.
Representative Copeland, thank you. This being non-debatable, all those in favor, please raise your hand. I believe that is a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Miramont, for dropping by. We hope to have a much fuller discussion of your bill along with Representative Berry's on the 21st.
Thank you very much. I can't wait.
Thank you so much. Talk to you later. Thank you. So we've taken care, oops, those two.
None of the sponsors are here for the other two.
Rats. My mistake for not calling Representative Bailey back.
Well, I called and left a message.
Okay, great.
And
Senator Kime?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to get a hold of her at all.
Okay. Representative Toole?
Yeah, I just texted Senator Kime, Madam Chair. I just texted her to say that she was up, and she asked me about 20 minutes ago when she'd be up. So I'm hoping.
Okay.
I did send her the link. I did send her the link just like
Perfect.
2 minutes ago. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll just wait for a few minutes. And you have sent a note to Rep. Bailey. Yes, Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to share 2 fiscal notes with the committee.
Okay.
This time, alrighty.
All right.
So while we wait, let me screen share 2 fiscal notes that came in that I wanted to share with you all. And I'm going to stumble what the votes were on these 2 for just a second. So 2 fiscal notes came in. This was 1018. So this was the minority report. Excuse me, let me double check that. 1018, proposal to amend the Constitution to allow the citizens to elect the Secretary of State, Treasurer, and Attorney General. And I believe that was the minority report. And there was, of course, a fiscal note because there's a referendum. And so that's what this fiscal note states. And again, I'm just sharing this information with the committee. There isn't any need for you to act. And this was another minority report on LD 1220, which was an act to require a 2/3 vote every 2 weeks to maintain a state of an emergency. And this was a fiscal note for the legislature if they had to meet in special session on 2 days each fiscal year. So again, I'm just sharing the fiscal notes. The minority group, when they voted, indicated that if there was a fiscal note, the vote would be changed to incorporate a fiscal note. So again, the committee doesn't need to act, just sharing the information.
Okay. Good enough.
Senator Kime is here. If you'd like me
Wonderful.
To okay.
Am I breaking up because you folks are okay. Welcome, Senator Kime. Let me see.
It's a little
8:17.
difficult today. Can you hear me all right?
You're a little bit soft.
So I think it might be better if I have my video off for you to hear me better. Is this okay?
I seem to be fine, but I'm wondering whether my signal is Representative Brandt. I'm wondering if my signal is not
She
good.
can't really have a video off in order to speak to us because they can't hear her, won't see her on live. So it's really,
that's right.
Oh, right. Okay. Is my signal fine for everybody?
Yes, yours
Okay,
is fine.
Thank you. Senator Kime, if you could possibly come in so that, yes, as Representative Bryant points out, you're not there on the YouTube if you're not there. Welcome, Senator Kime. We're discussing your bill 817, and Lynn is going to take us through this real quick, along with the amendment that you and Representative Reisman have been working on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a resolve sponsored by Senator Kime to establish the COVID-19 Review Commission. And as you just said, there is an amendment that is attached at the end that I will share, but the amendment doesn't change the basic scope of this. This is an emergency resolve to establish a COVID-19 review commission to study the state's response to the pandemic and the laws and rules and policies that govern that response. The commission, as originally envisioned, is 13 members. The work, 4 from the Senate, 9 from the House. Within the House, 4 from each of the 2 major parties and 1 who is unenrolled from the House. The work of the commission under this resolve is supported by DHHS, and the commission submits its report to the HHS committee. And as the senator testified, the one committee report was selected so that there would be an ability for a part of the legislature to look at the entire response, as opposed to each committee looking at individual responses by their agencies of jurisdiction. The sponsor did share what other states are doing in her testimony, and the Maine Policy Institute testified in favor of this, talked about due diligence, doing that Monday morning quarterbacking. That's probably not the right word to use. That's probably actually the wrong word for me to use, but looking probably the exact opposite of what I meant. But the sponsor and the proponents talked about the benefit of looking back at how the state responded to this crisis to provide information that may help in future crises. The only opponent was the department, which provided written testimony. They were opposed to the department staffing it. They pointed out that they're still in the pandemic and their staff are stretched and exhausted. This commissioner pointed out that they routinely do an after action review and that they are always available to meet with the legislature. There were questions about what other states have done. That was all included in the sponsor's testimony. So I did not put it into this because it was so nicely in her testimony. I have just one technical issue. These are legislative studies, and so generally you want to have the notwithstanding Joint Rule 353 to apply to all of the provisions within the resolve. And in this bill, in this resolve, it only applies to one. So that would just be a matter of moving that notwithstanding language further up in the bill, or excuse me, in the resolve language, so that it's clear that if this resolve does not tick off all of the requirements in Joint Rule 353, that that's not going to defeat. So what I did was put together the amendment as worked on by the sponsor and Representative Reisman. I was not able to get an answer to one question, so you'll see the question in teal. So what I've done is highlight in the first whereas clause, language was taken out that references very specific activities and was substituted with the language that says the commission will have a broad mandate and power to examine COVID-19 pandemic and do a full accounting of the state's preparedness and response. So that was one amendment. The other amendment was to add this additional member who is appointed by the speaker, jointly by the speaker, appointed by the speaker, who is not a member of either of the two parties. So adding in that additional member from who's not attached to the two largest political parties. The next amendment is just kind of a tweak because this commission really isn't studying, it's reviewing and collecting information. The next amendment was to take out this specific focus on data collected by DHHS. And I believe that that is captured elsewhere. Another amendment was to take out these references to specific state agencies, and it is broadened so that it looks at the policies and rules implemented by all state agencies and not just the ones listed. And then all of these are additional, in yellow are additional activities. The one in teal was missing from the last version that has been going back and forth between myself and Representative Reisman and Senator Keim. And I wasn't sure if it was left off by mistake or if it was purposefully left out. So I've highlighted that in teal for the sponsor or Representative Reisman to address whether or not that was to remain in. And I believe that's, yeah, there's additional tasks. And then the report back identifies that it will come in December of 2022 and that the Standing Committee on HHS has the ability to report out legislation. And somehow I think that that's not right. The report is coming in 2022. I think this is supposed to be the 131st, but it's late. So I'm gonna just say I have to think about that one.
Okay. Representative Tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if either the sponsor or Representative Reisman or Lynn, I had sent a question back on one of the amendments suggesting that maybe we could have an informal meeting with the commission, this committee in February-ish of next year, just to see where they're at, and to possibly be able to report out legislation next session if there's any immediate issues that, because we do want to be sensitive to the fact that there may be things that could be done short term versus longer term. This is a longer term thing, but at the same time, there may be short term issues that may need to be addressed. So I don't know if either the sponsor or Representative Reisman wanted to weigh in on that and possibly do that in addition to what's been laid out here.
Representative Reisman, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. In terms of Representative Toole's comments, I thought under section 7 under reports that it was meant to have a time when there would be an interim report out, in which case we could deal with immediate issues, and then a longer term report to deal with it in general. So that's, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing here or not. In terms of number 13, that's in teal, I think it was just communication. It's supposed to be in there, but we needed to take out the reference to territorial in government.
I was wondering about that one.
Yeah, that was something I'd sent in. So
the state, local, and tribal.
Tribal needs to be in it, but not territorial.
Okay. Okay. So there, it was the intention to have a short-term due date of December of 2021, and then a longer-term due date of December of 2022.
Yes, unless that's not something that fits in with the senator's plans there. I threw that in there.
Senator Keim?
I'm sorry, my connectivity is bad, and so I missed the question. I did hear the discussion around, I was hoping for an interim report in December and then a final report due after that, and that both reports would be able to report out legislation or propose legislation to the committee, HHS. If that answered the question. Sorry if I missed something.
No, that's fine. Lynn, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to point out, I skipped over this. The language in the amendment says that a report will be in December of 2021 and December of 2022. Both of those reports go to the HHS committee, however, not state and local, as I believe that was what Representative Toole was asking about.
Right. Representative Toole, you would like to have a report back to this committee also?
I would since we're adding in the relationship, the interplay between intergovernmental things, municipalities, the state, I would like to see, I would at least like to see, and I don't know if a report back is what we need, but I would like to see the commission talk to us about that and present that, some findings there. I don't know, I don't want to gum up the works and delay the bill, but really HHS doesn't really deal with those type of things as much as we would. Certainly most of this should go to HHS because HHS is dealing with the public health side of it, but I think it's mostly falls, the bulk of the bill falls between state and local and HHS. So I'm not gonna oppose it for if we don't get a report back, but I just think we should have a conversation.
Okay, Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it's important that both committees be involved in the process because there may be actions that HHS says they don't need to be part of that we need to make sure take place.
Okay, thank you. Senator Keim, did you have a question or something you'd like to add?
I appreciate what's being asked here, and I was thinking of the same thing myself. I wonder if it would be appropriate to have the commission report to state and local government with the ability to, suggest legislation. And if at that time state and local government feels that the better committee to hear it is HHS, maybe at that point they could refer it. I don't know if that's a good option, but it does seem that what would be coming out of the commission would appropriately fall in front of state and local government, at least for the interim, the first report.
Okay, so you let me see, Representative Reisman, are you okay with the report back coming to state and local government as opposed to Health and Human Services, or would you prefer it stay with Health and Human Services? You're on mute, sir.
That would be fine with me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions? So rather than there, SLG, okay. Are there any other questions or concerns with regard to this bill that anybody would like to address or ask about at this point? Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I saw that they were asking about the fiscal note because clearly this is going to be a lot of staff time, and I don't see that there's a fiscal note noted.
Okay. Would that be Lynn Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the OFPR would issue the fiscal note after the amendment was sent to them. If you're voting not to pass as amended, then any fiscal note I would share with the committee and it would automatically be incorporated. There is the option to ask OFPR for a preliminary fiscal note, but that would delay processing the bill.
I think it's an important thing about the bill is how much is it going to cost?
I think that's not necessarily a policy concern. There will be a fiscal note attached to it. So the policy is whether or not we would like to have a commission, and it's up to whomever, whether it's the whoever assigns commissions, whether they are willing to accept the cost and put it before AFA. But at present, as a policy committee, we're talking about whether or not we want this work to be done and not whether or not it's going to cost a lot of money. It will cost money, but. Representative Toole?
So with that in mind, and I know people are justifiably sensitive, but we could potentially put a caveat in there to use federal COVID funds, ARP money, or to see if that could cover some of the cost of staffing this. Certainly, I think I would say that would be an appropriate use of that, and maybe we could put that in to use those funds first so that we're not getting bogged down in the fiscal side of things.
I don't know whether it's within our purview to decide where the funds come from. I mean, you could make that recommendation, but it would be up to those outside of state and local government who will make the final determination about where the money will be coming from.
And I only say that because HHS did the same thing with our bill that I had in there. They put a tag on it to say use federal funds first for one of my bills. I don't want to plug it here, but they put it right on in committee and said, let's do it rather than run the chance of it getting snarled on the table.
Okay, would you like to add that on here as an amendment that that federal funds be used for this? And this is strictly an HHS bill, correct?
If it's okay with the sponsor to add that on to get the commission to use it for funding the commission, if it's okay with the sponsor and Representative Reisman, I would, yes.
Okay. Senator Keim?
Yes, if that seems like a way to move it forward, I would absolutely agree that that is fine. My only question is if that I was hoping the analyst could answer, if it's all right, Madam Chair, is just that I know DHHS responded that they're overloaded and busy and staffing the commission would be difficult. But I'm wondering, do they need to be the ones that staff and may have served on several commissions and it isn't necessarily, it wouldn't necessarily need to be their staff. And I didn't know if the analyst had a response to that question. It was something that I recognized just now.
Lynn, I know that this bill is asking for a lot of data from HHS, but whether commissions are usually staffed by legal staff or others over the summer, over the interim, but how are commissions like this staffed from legislative perspective?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oftentimes a legislative study, Joint Rule 353 identifies that legislative staff will generally staff these legislative studies, these types of commissions, and they generally aren't staffed by outside agencies. When I mentioned you need to pull that notwithstanding Joint Rule 353 up, this was one of the provisions that's not usual. Having a specific state agency staff is not usual, is not within the Joint Rule 353. So it's possible to have it just staffed as other legislative study commissions are staffed, which would be by legislative staff, and then legislative council would decide which of the many studies that are proposed get funded and get staffed.
Is that Representative Reisman, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, that's acceptable. I just want to thank Representative Toole. He's always one step ahead of me. And I was going to suggest that we have something in the bill about using federal funds first.
Okay. Perhaps Lynn will be able to find language to include in the bill amendment regarding using federal funds, similar to language that appeared in HHS. Okay, Representative Toole?
Yes, with that, and for Lynn's reference, that bill was LD 614 as amended. That's what they used. Preference be given to federal funds for funding this bill of mine. So I don't really want to plug my own bill, but Senator Claxton suggested that be the avenue we go to try to get it funded, given all of the possibilities of federal money, and that should be the first resort if we can.
Okay, thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I may be asking a question that I should be asking to OFPR. If DHHS was staffing and it said use COVID funds, my thought was you're telling the department to use some of their funds. If you're saying use COVID funds, are you talking about COVID funds that come to the legislature, or are you looking for it to be funded from a specific department? And again, this may be something that I need to ask OFBR and come back and tell you the answer to, because we're in an area that I'm not familiar with. But Representative Toole, was it specific?
Well, for my bill, I think it was, I don't want to dare say, but the intention, ultimately, the legislature has some say over where the federal money we're receiving is going. And we even voted that was voted in the budget that we have. So it's my intention to use, for us to direct funds be used for this study from, if it doesn't have to be through a department, if we can just accept money that the legislature receives directly. It's out of my depth, but honestly, whatever we have to do to carry this forward.
If I may, Madam Chair. So
Yes.
I think that Representative Toole answered my question, and what I would suggest is, if you move forward with this bill, I will go and write it, and if I run into a stumbling block with funding, you'll be the first to know.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, Representative Toole?
I'm sorry. The other thing we could do is we could just stipulate that it be staffed with legislative staff and not DHHS. And that therefore the legislature could use whatever money could tap into federal funds for its own use. I mean, we're going to be using anyway. So that could be, so with that, if Lynn could read back all of the amendments, I would move ought to pass on all as amended on all of whatever the laundry list of amendments, so that we don't leave anything out.
Thank you, Representative Toole. So the amendments, as I understand them, are to accept the amendments in the draft that I shared and is attached to the bill analysis, with one exception, and that is that the phrase territorial governments be stricken out of what is item 13. So remove the reference to territorial governments is one amendment. The second amendment is to have the interim and the final report go to SLG committee. The third amendment is to have it staffed as with legislative staff as opposed to DHHS. The fourth amendment has to do with identifying that the funding is to come from federal funds, and I'm going to call them COVID funds, but that's not the official wording that will appear. And those are the ones that I recall. Have I missed any?
I think you missed the notwithstanding being moved around.
Right.
potentially.
The
And-
one I suggested, I missed my own amendment. Okay, right. Thank you.
And I
So I
don't,
have,
I don't know if Representative Reisman caught others, but I believe that's the gist of everything.
Yeah, I think we might have caught this before. In section 5, right at the beginning, it says shall review and collection information. I think
Yeah.
Representative Greenwood caught that one. It should say review and collect information.
I think the grammatical errors will be smoothed out in
Thank you.
the final Ross document. I'm not going to be voting for this bill. I'm not in support of what's going on here. I believe that we're in the middle of something. We're not towards the end of it. And right now, as the commissioner wrote in her memo, DHHS is stretched to the max in what it can do. And even if they are not staffing the committee, they would be tasked with collating and accumulating the data that will go into this report. So I'm happy to move it forward, but I won't be voting in favor of it because I just think it's too early, and it's also very limited to DHHS. Its focus is that's where the focus is. It's not a commission that's going to be going over how all of the government operated during this pandemic. It is just intended as a critique of HHS, and I think that that's too narrow, and my regrets, but we have the amendments for for one side or the other for the report, but I just am not in favor of this bill. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Representative Greenwood. Is there any other comments or concerns about the bill that anybody would like to bring up? Any questions for the sponsor or co-sponsor, Representative Reisman, at this point? Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say that this is broader than HHS. In the amendment that Senator Keim and Representative Reisman brought forward, we're looking at emergency preparedness at the state and local and county level as well. There's a discussion about the economics of the COVID situation. So it is much more than HHS. It's not just, we're not just singling out HHS here. It's an overall look. So I do think, I mean, while there's a lot of focus on HHS, it's a much broader discussion about the whole, how COVID has touched every aspect of our state government and even our local governments. So, and I don't know if Representative Reisman wants to add to that, but certainly that's my impression.
Thank you. Representative Reisman, your hand was up first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I worked pretty hard to try to make this not picking on any particular agency, but the fact is that as a nation, we need to cope with how we handle the COVID crisis here, not only nationally, but on a state basis. And this is going to come to us at some point rather quickly, and I think it's going to come in the same basis. This isn't meant to blame anybody for anything. It's meant to point out our successes and maybe find some areas that we could do better in working with all the state agencies, not just DHHS.
Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see any language in there that called out for an analysis of all departments. It was just some. So I don't think that's going to give us the whole picture. And I also do think I agree with Madam Chair that it's not over. I mean, I feel really good about it. I'm vaccinated and a lot of people are, but it's still not over yet. And putting the staff through all that work when it's not over yet, I think is a waste of staff time. And, you know, we are responsible for the money that we spend, and the time is money. So we don't want to hire more people to do the study. And you know, if you're going to put it to our legislative staff, they've got a lot to do already. You know, we're working on things that weren't done last session. There's a lot going on here, and I'm going to vote ought not to pass.
Are there any other comments with regard to this bill? Representative Reisman?
Madam Chairman, in response to Representative Copeland, in section 5, paragraph 5, it says policies and rules connected to COVID-19 implementation by state agencies. So it does include all state agencies, and it's not particularly aimed at DHHS.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Reisman. I do see that change now. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. There being no further discussion as far as I know. Representative Reisman, your hand is still left up. That's okay. As long as you don't have another question, that's fine. So I'll ask Cheryl to call the roll on this one.
LD 817 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
No.
Representative Ann Matlack, no. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
No.
Representative Mark Bryant, no. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
No.
Representative Donna Dorr, no. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
No.
Representative Lynn Copeland, no. 6 yes. 4 no. And 3 absent. And the minority report?
Ought not to pass. Thank you. Representative Toole?
I was at the risk of seeing where this goes. I'm wondering if we should reconsider and strip off the emergency amendment or the emergency preamble.
I would second that.
There is a motion and a second for reconsideration. All those in favor of reconsidering the bill? All those opposed? Representative Toole?
Yeah, I would make a motion ought to pass as amended with the latest amendment being to take off the emergency preamble at the sponsor's request.
I'll second that.
Okay. Are there any further discussion on this? There being none, Cheryl, if you'll call the roll again.
I will. You guys are testing me today. LD 817 ought to pass as amended. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
No.
Representative Ann Matlack, no. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
No.
Representative Mark Bryant, no. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
No.
Representative Donna Dorr, no. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
No.
Representative Lynn Copeland, no. 6 yes, 4 ought not to pass. And 3 absent.
Thank you very much. I believe, thank you for coming by, Senator Kime. Representative Reisman?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the final vote tally, please?
Yes, we had 6 ought to pass as amended, 4 ought not to pass, and 3 absent.
Thank you.
Okay. And I thank you very much. And I saw that Representative Bailey was here.
Yes, he's
So
on
we'll
his
take
way.
up our last bill for today. Representative Bailey's resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Maine to limit the action of the legislature may take on initiatives approved by voters for a period of 3 years. Welcome back, Representative Bailey. My apologies. I had thought to take this up first thing this morning and I slipped my mind. My apologies.
Oh, it's all good.
Thanks. Lynn, if you could walk us through this bill, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution to limit the actions the legislature can take on initiatives approved by the voters for a period of 3 years. And I'm going to share my screen and hopefully you can all see what this bill is, this resolution would require if approved. It would require a vote of 3/4 of all members elected to each house for the legislature to repeal a measure approved by a vote of the people. So these are all limitations within 3 years after the effective date of the voter approved initiative referendum. A 2/3 vote would be needed to amend. So 3/4 of all members elected to repeal, 2/3 of all members elected in each house to amend. An amendment that was approved by 2/3 vote would not be allowed if it frustrated the purpose of the measure. The amendment would also require the legislature to adequately fund the measure for those first 3 years after it's approved. And it allows the electors to repeal or to change what has been approved through the direct initiative process. As Representative Bailey said during his testimony, of the 21 states that have people's initiatives, I think I wrote down 11 have restrictions. I think the League of Women Voters said 10. So I'm going to tell you it's probably 10 or 11 of the 21 states that have people's initiatives have some kind of prohibition or restriction on the legislature's ability to make changes during the initial few years. The League of Women Voters did testify neither for nor against. They mentioned a survey that they performed, which was inconclusive as to Maine voters' opinion on whether the legislature should be able to make alterations to something that has been approved through this process. In reading the bill and the referendum question, I did notice that the question did not include the provision that the legislature adequately fund the initiative for 3 years. I did not have an opportunity. I wanted to be able to reach out to the Secretary of State because I know that the referendum question wording has to meet certain guidelines. And I did not have the ability to check with the Secretary of State whether or not including this final provision would somehow deem the ballot question too complicated. But I did want to point out that the referendum question that went to the people as drafted in this bill does not ask them the question about the adequately funding for 3 years. And that was really the only technical issue that I saw. It's a fairly straightforward bill. I do know that Senator Baldacci asked me to draft something, but he isn't here. And it was somewhat of a different issue. So he didn't ask me to present it. But if I don't know, Madam Chair, if he asked you about that, I am ready to discuss that. But again, it's kind of on a different but related issue.
I'm trying to remember whether I had received his amendment or not. I know he did write about this one, didn't he? 1669. Just a moment, please. Because I think he just had a, let me see.
And I apologize, Madam Chair, for not sending you a heads up about this question.
No, that's okay. I support Representative Bailey. Yeah. Let's see, first bill tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm not finding it right off the top. I know he did send something out this weekend with regard to these bills. Let me see if I can find it by date rather than, amendment for 1669. I would like an amendment to 1669 to have all referendums held in November of any given year, which is typically an election day and not at other times during the hearing unless to address an emergency. There we go. So he's specifically looking for an amendment that would require all referendum questions to be in November rather than at the next statewide election. Do we have any other comments? Representative Bailey, yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe, and it may be worth an inquiry with the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I believe Representative Corey had a bill that would prevent referendums in at least March presidential primaries. And I don't know if that bill also included June elections or what the nature of that is, but it might be worth checking with Veterans and Legal Affairs. And I apologize. I remember the senator making that comment, and then I completely forgot to check in on that. It might be worth checking to see if that bill or if there perhaps was another bill that may have related to that.
Lynn, you had a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will try and follow up on that. I did want to point out when you described Senator Baldacci's suggested amendment, that would further expand the referendum question that would need to go out to the voters. And again, I know that there's a desire to make the questions as clear and understandable and as uncomplicated. So I would just caution that Senator Baldacci's proposal is a bit different. And I'm not sure it wouldn't, I'm not sure that you can have that many disparate ideas in one referendum question.
Right, it's the two questions in one referendum. So unless there's a feeling that we should move forward with the amendment, I'm happy to let it sit for right now and have an opportunity to discuss it in VLA or in this committee at a different time. Representative Greenwood, you were shaking your head?
Yeah, I would concur. I don't think they should be linked.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any further discussion with regard to Representative Bailey's resolution? Representative Toole.
I move on not to pass.
Representative Toole moves ought not to pass. Do we have a second for that one?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments with regard to this bill? There being none, the motion on the floor is ought not to pass. Cheryl, if you will call the roll.
Yes. LD 1669 ought not to pass. If you vote yes, that means you're voting for ought not to pass. Senator Joseph Baldacci, absent. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus, absent. Representative Francis Head. You just muted yourself, ma'am.
Me. Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman.
Yes.
Representative Walter Reisman, yes. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. 10 yes and 3 absent.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Representative Bailey, for coming back this afternoon. We appreciate your presence here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have any further business before the committee this afternoon? Have we taken up all of our bills?
Yes, you have, Madam Chair.
And we've taken up the fiscal notes. So thank you. There being no further business before the committee, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.
See you next
Lots of
Monday.
seconds. Pardon
See you
me?
See you next Monday.
See you on Monday, all.
Yes.
Bye.
Enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
And do have a nice weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Francis.